Now, set my mod view up. Because King's a bitch. Dun, 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 dun. And also get your channel some spotlight as well, bucko. Let me just do this, that, and the other thing. Edit title. So now, bitch, who you talks to? The only one who's gonna die here is you, in metaphor. That's my Discord. Now let's go back over here. Well, one. Yeah, I'm just sharing my Twitch link around to some Discords real quick for people to come and watch. It's something I do at the start just to, try to bring in some viewers. I would say this, why don't you pull up the stream in case you see someone chatting? You could have some fun talking. I mean, it's accurate, right? Oh, I can hear myself in your background. Oh, let's see. Double the awesomeness, right? I know I'm awesome. That was the point. Let's see. I have my volume down.
I see that every report that comes my way makes it into the hands of both Lady Vivian and the North.
Mm.
If anyone can tell you what...
Wait, hold up. Okay. That's the right data. Thought I picked my other one at first. So if you, so you're gonna start Final Fantasy mode when I give this back to you? So, well, you got any questions on the difficulty? Because I just got past the fight with Titan. It takes away your cinematic invasions and your other cinematic clash.
If you've a mind to. Let's hear it. Well, it's about this
And you can turn your phone down a bit so I'm not hearing my own echo.
lovely bit of kit it is. Bunging a solution you want splitting.
I'm gonna slap you.
Just like that. Problem is, it won't always get rid of all the impurities. And with some of the stuff we need it for, that ain't good enough. Which is why
So what'd you do all day?
something to filter the liquid we'll be cooking off. And that's where I was hoping
I see.
could help me out. I imagine Ty could get some use out of this alembic too. Distilling medicines and the like. Alright. Why not?
Yeah, because right now it's a low impact.
What exactly do you need for this filter? Nothing but Bomash will do, says the chief. Gave me a sample she'd obtained.
You're terrible.
Couldn't believe my eyes. You pour the blackest blight water through it, and it comes out clear as a mountain stream. So, I did a bit of reading about where I might be able to get hold of some. And do you know what I found out? It's only the blimmin' bones of a bomb king. They leave them behind when they die, see? I take it that's where I come in. If you wouldn't mind. I sort of did it on
Nah,
Mordor for one just the other
going
day.
alright.
Would have gone myself, but fighting dirty creeples of flame ain't exactly my
Made
forte.
my own Discord server with one of my mods the other night.
All right, I'll see what I can do.
So that's
Thanks for
interesting.
reminding me. And good hunting, eh?
Okay, that's better. Okay, that's better. Your loud voice was overtaking the audio. But I could hear your dumbass, they just couldn't hear the game. Okay. Yeah, the bomb guys are gotta find the bomb. let's get these bounties out of the way. Start with Muddy Murder. So did you hear that there's talk about the next mythology for God of War was picked?
Are we even safe here?
There's talk of these skies driving men mad.
Yeah, they're going off the book. Oh yeah,
Most of the hideaways on edge.
talk with everybody.
Well, it's our job to calm things down.
Yeah, so if it's true that we're going to Egypt,
How is it that every one of your little
it'll be a fun
excursions
time.
presages some inexplicable catastrophe? Not that you are to blame for the Dominion's fate. No one could have predicted the actions of the Crown Prince.
I'm sorry I couldn't save your home.
My countrymen are stronger than you think. A few toppled
No,
clock
no, it's
towers
about-
won't break their
I'm gonna be
spirits.
on this one.
They'll be back on their feet in no time.
I hope so.
Look at us. Bluer than a pair of bog crabs. Tempting though it may be, sulking will not help us find a solution to this mess.
You believe there's one to be found?
I don't know. But I am certain we're more likely to find it if we first examine the facts.
Minus meal? Well then clearly I'm not gonna ask you for that. Dude,
Beneath these dark
even starving raccoons wouldn't eat your
fear
shit.
and confusion reign over Valisthea. Oh, the lands around the fallen mother crystals had already begun to wilt for want of ether. But not like this. Crystals that filled wells and fueled furnaces. Now nothing but pretty shards of rock. And those that hang from the people's necks cast nary a glimmer of light to keep the dark at bay. It is only a matter of time before the common folk convince themselves that the end of days is upon us. Yet I fear a swift end is more than we can hope for. While most of the world thirsts for ether, the remainder drowns in it, spawning Akashic in droves. And amidst the hordes of mindless beasts, with magics as like to fail as function, even the strongest nation would falter. Rosaria and the Iron Kingdom teeter on the brink of collapse, while the tragedy in Twinside has all but paralyzed the Holy Empire. Dhalmekia fares little better. Rumor has it the ministers fled the capital after the fall of Drake's Fang, leaving their beloved republic to crumble. Waloed, meanwhile, moves in earnest. The Einherjar has been sighted off Storm.
What was your favorite powers to use in 16?
Is in chaos. It would seem our civilization was nothing but a castle of sand,
What?
to be washed away at the whim of the waves.
I agree on that one. You didn't get all the powers, did you?
A castle of sand.
Not my best flourish, but
Oh yeah, then you have.
The reports I've received are considerably more blunt in their
I like
appraisal.
using Odin's.
Without the protection of their nations, it will fall to the people to defend themselves against those who would take what is theirs.
Which is only ever going to end one way.
At least on my
Defending a
as a data.
farmhouse against a band of chocobo thieves is one thing, but pitchforks and palisades will do little to stall an army's advance. Should the King of Waloed deign to invade, there would be none to stop
Oh no,
him.
it's the Dorkum god.
None but us.
What do you make of them skies then?
The omen is wrong.
Should call back the scouts.
Did you see that? Tell me you saw that.
Wait, you're not gonna say hi to Arkham? Not much.
Is a storm coming soon? Will there be thunder?
It
Let me guess. You're here about the skies.
Is there anything you don't know, Lawsman?
It doesn't take a court astrologer to augur the obvious. As for what has disturbed the heavens, that, I believe, is a question the Fallen might be better placed to answer than I. And on the 6th day did the gods tear the sun from the firmament, visiting darkness upon their prideful sons and daughters. But I dare say you remember your childhood lessons on the sins of Zemeckis only too well.
You think they're connected? That Ultima was one of the gods responsible?
Well, he has certainly exhibited powers that we mortals would associate with the divine.
There is nothing divine about him.
But he wouldn't be the first god of whom that could be said, now would he? Yet for all the fairy tales that tell of the sins, there is almost nothing in the way of actual historical accounts. Had I the Journal of Moss the Chronicler, I may have been able to tell you more, but alas, I fear all remaining copies have been lost to time. You will forgive me, I hope?
Certainly not. Because there is nothing to forgive. Even without this journal, you've provided us ample wisdom. And we will always be grateful for it. Perhaps Otto will be more inclined to share his thoughts when he hears what the others had to say.
Good
Yeah, did you
morrow
ever
to
talk
my
with this
friend.
guy about the 1,000 tomes?
I have compiled some new
But look at the
entries.
little
If
animation
you
they
would like
got.
to see them. There is a rather fascinating excerpt I've been meaning to show you. If you have a question for me,
When I did that one
I shall
time,
be happy to
Pat looked
answer.
right at me like, you weren't playing that Final Fantasy? What's that sound coming from? Hey, Chris. How's it going? That's good. And if you need to run because Kane's here, feel free. Deck your ears.
Clive, we have a problem.
Oh, nice.
Only one. That would be a first.
Oh, I was saying,
Actually,
if you need to
there
run
are
to
three.
protect
We had as
or
many
protect
hounds
your
alive while you were at the
ears,
shells. Martha's
it's
got a
understandable
dash
since
about
Kane's
gates
here.
and talk of monsters roaming the hills
He
up
causes
St.
ear damage.
Northwich has put the wind up Isabel and Erlock.
And don't forget Dalimil. Lubor says the village was raided by bandits.
When it rains,
We all know
it
you're
fucking
a
pours.
terrible singer.
The curse breakers are spread thin, taking stock of the damage in the Dominion. And even if I could get word
I
to
know,
Dublin,
and Chris
I
says
doubt
hi,
they'd get there in
Kane.
time to make any real difference. Which means there's only two people who can. Jill and I.
Let them know we're on our way.
PlayStation Party. Yeah, since he doesn't live close to me, we were trying to use the PlayStation Share Play for me to play Metaphor. I mean, we could try Discord. I would have to... Do you want to chat in Discord, Kane? Alright, let me see if I can start the call. Give me 1 second to try to figure this out. Echo, echo. Does it work? Son of a bitch.
Oh, I can hear you.
Okay. Hello? So I think it. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, Crest, this is Kane. I mean, I believe it is. Yeah. Let me double check though. Uh, okay, since I think it's a Discord call, you two aren't heard.
Did you see the pet? That got hauled
Yeah.
into tires.
Because I'm watching my stream now and I didn't hear you. If you want to double check it, just to, because my audio was also acting a bit weird. Because like I had to turn it down a bit because Kane's voice was louder than the game. No, I'm the quiet one. You're the loud idiot here. Bitch, don't make me come all the way over there and slap the shit out of you.
Hopefully it's nothing. But I should speak to Blackthorn just in case.
You want to bet? How about I just go and fix his bike in the basement, then I'll be there. Well, that's because I'm also speaking through my mic on the controller.
Blackthorn, you have a moment?
Not really, no.
This won't take long. I just wanted to ask how you're getting on.
Well, I mean, if they can't hear Kane, that's a
I
blessing.
was worried about you. That you might still be doubting your craft. Even after learning the trick of that cuirass. Is there something else weighing on your mind?
But to be fair, I did say Kane was in the chat.
That bastard's like a dog with a bone.
Oh yeah, we
Still, you gotta
oh, yeah,
keep
we
an eye
share
on him.
stories about you, Kane.
He's just, well,
And
Karen showed me
half,
something.
no,
Something
more than half
I've
is
never seen
some of your
before.
coast riding.
And that was?
A sword. An odd-looking thing with a single-edged blade. The metal itself wasn't anything to write home about, but fuck me. The edge on it. You could slice a man clean in two with a weapon like that, and he'd be halfway home before he even realised he'd been cut.
So that's what's troubling you.
No. Not troubling me exactly. More distracting. Can't stop thinking, how do you get an edge that sharp? It's driving me mad.
And if you knew how to do it, we could arm the curse breakers with even better blades.
That's about the size of it, yeah.
I'll see what I can find out. Sharper swords are always welcome. And we can't have our master blacksmith being distracted.
You're a soft touch, you know that. But I can't say I'm not grateful for it. Good luck, eh?
Thank you. Let's see what Karen knows about this sword. You're looking well, Karen.
What you want? Out with it.
I want to know about the sword you showed Blackthorn. Single-edged and extremely sharp.
Running around after him again, are you?
I suppose I am, yes. But I need to help him find out how to work an edge like that. It's driving him to distraction.
Little wonder, I suppose. There's not many like that make it as far as the twins, and those that do go straight into private collections. Which made it nice and easy finding a buyer.
Can you tell me who bought it? Where is it now?
You think I tell people who my clients are? Suppose you're not likely to go nicking him off me, are you now? Fine. If you stop mooning at me like that. Lord Ignac's the man you want. Dalmekian bloke. Collects weapons and the like. And he's got more money than sense, which is why he's one of my favourite clients. Reckon he'll still be at the inn in Dalamil, where I left him.
Thank you, Karen.
Oh. And he's a touch eccentric. If you take my meaning.
I appreciate the warning. What could be wrong with Torgor? He seemed well enough when I last saw him. I got your note. You think something's wrong with Torgor?
So you can read. Congratulations. But I didn't say I were wrong with him. I said something weren't right. He's not been eating me treats. He used to love cracking the bones from Molly's boiled brown, but now he won't so much as look at them. Didn't like him. Which is why I'm of a mind that his mind's on something else. You've not been working him too hard, have you?
No harder than usual. Is that it, boy? Do you need a rest?
What was it you said he was? A frost wolf?
That's what the lawsman seems to think.
Then maybe this all has something to do with whatever it is that's working inside him.
Well,
I suppose things have been different since Rosalith. Perhaps Hippocrates knows something.
Instead of everything, you mean? Perhaps.
It seems the hideaway has lost its appetite.
hey, you used to write in journals, don't lie now.
Is a storm coming, Sid? Will there be thunder?
Lawsman,
Shaka.
I need to ask you about Torgal. Something's not right with him.
He isn't ill, is he?
I don't think so. But according to Lady Karen, he seems to have lost his appetite, which is certainly a new development. She says he's hardly been touching his bones of late, and she believes it may have something to do with what happened at Rosalith Castle.
I rather think she might be right, though not about his appetite. All canids are instinctively inclined to crack open bones for the rich marrow that resides within, and I see no reason why a frost wolf should be any different. Accordingly, I suspect it is not a lack of appetite that afflicts Torgal, but a surfeit of it. If we assume that his newfound magics require additional nourishment to sustain, it may well be that the bones Lady Karen is accustomed to providing are no longer sufficient. Frost wolves, after all, habitually prey upon far larger animals, whose bones may yield altogether different nutrients. As to where one might find a suitable substitute, some antelopes that graze the meadows of eastern Rosaria have been known to grow to a size more than double that of their lesser cousins.
I don't recall ever seeing any that large.
And little wonder. The oldest and largest such creatures rarely leave the safety of the highlands for fear of predators. The last elder antelope sighting I recall hearing about took place near Cressida, and that was long before the village was abandoned.
Even so, it seems like a good place to start.
Good hunting, Clive.
Did you see the pair that got hauled into tires? Trouble with the ledgers. Shouldn't he be asking Otto for help?
To be fair, Kane hasn't really gotten to that part of the story. Maybe stop watching movies for about 5-6 hours and actually get on the game. I bet if I log in right now, you're still on that tower in Fontaine I left you, punk ass.
Did you see that? Tell me.
It's hard to... Yeah, I've been doing work. Hey, you wanted to learn about Inazuma, but you refused to get your punk ass on to play the
I'm
game.
here.
I will scold you for this till the end of days.
Won't be listening.
You want to get better at something, get your ass on the game.
A little. Listen. I've some bad news.
Blah, blah,
Turns
blah.
out that
Excuses.
Highway may be slightly behind in its payment to certain
You're not going to get any
debtors.
better if you don't actually get on it, though. And that is serious.
Maybe my fault. But I swear to the goddess, I thought I had the numbers square. Sadly,
that square
Excuses.
turned out to be more of
I can juggle like 5 games in a day and still make progress.
0, you might say. I can straighten it out, I swear, but it's gonna take some time, and I'm gonna need help keeping it from Otto.
Bit late for that, I'd say.
There you are! What a surprise!
So let me get this straight. You forget to pay our lenders what they're due, and instead of coming straight to me, you get Clive to come to you. You know, he'll dig you out of the hole you've dug for yourself. Clive, the man in charge of the place you've been cheerfully trying to bankrupt. And you
Hey Arkham, are you hearing the whole story of this or just one side of the conversation?
Well, who needs paying?
Oh, just Martha. And the day.
Yeah, and I'm only asking him if he's only hearing my side of it or the whole conversation.
We owe 3 of our most trusted friends 5 million gil.
This is the first time I've done a Discord call, so I don't know how it works like that.
They lent us the bulk of the money we used to rebuild the hideaway, you see.
Because I know in some settings, you can change it to where your voice is heard.
Oversight.
Oh well, though.
Those ledgers were my responsibility. And it was my decision to entrust.
Yeah, that's Arkham. He's like is the support rock in the background.
My uncle.
Provides funny commentary whenever Kane falls flat.
No, you won't. We've lightened Lord Rosfield's purse enough. After the king's ransom we had off him, he deserves better than
Yeah, he was always the best at it.
Besides, we'll need to learn to stand on our own if we're gonna make this work.
That's because those puzzles were a pain.
But that doesn't mean you have to shoulder the burden yourself. Is there anything I can do to help?
There might be. How'd you fancy taking these to Martha and the dame?
Rocks.
Rocks, he says. Worth 1,000 talents apiece, these are. A little something Sid and I set aside for when times got lean. And I reckon 15 million in overdue debt probably qualifies. I just hope our associates' eyes are a bit more discerning than yours.
I'm sure there will be.
Should be me making the rounds, really. But you know how it is with this place. Orders to bark, arses to wipe, and all that.
I know. Which is why I don't mind going in your place.
Go. Do you know why I only gave Master Clive here 2 star rubies?
Because you'd rather Lady
Since they
Karen killed...
Since they can't hear Kane anymore, I'm just gonna take his name out of... Oh, I had put Kane in the title of my stream, but since they can't hear him, I just took his title out, or his name out.
I suppose this is
because he streams too, but he fails after promoting himself a little bit.
Understand.
Really? Do you think so?
No, I don't.
Yeah, but you know, if you need viewers, why stream, right?
The list, do you? I'm sorry to drag you into this, Master Clive. It's just I couldn't think who else to ask, and you're always so willing to help everyone. Quick look.
Why do you think I'm still borrowing you a copy of Final Fantasy 16? Yeah, and I'm aiming for the platinum.
I pity those in the villages.
certainly quiet. If I were a giant antelope, it would seem like just the place. Get him!
So proud, Kane, you're making friends.
I doubt we'll find one bigger than that. You hungry, Torgal?
Wow, that's funny. My controller cut... Oh no! No, my controller cut you out. Yeah, my controller cut you out when you were singing. Probably my controller don't like you. Yeah, Arkham said he can only hear me. Oh, thanks for the look, Yuki.
Will it be enough, I wonder?
A little bit.
I say that answers my question. Which means we
I have.
our thanks.
I mean, it's been a couple months since I watched it.
Just a big puppy, aren't you? A very big puppy. You do know you can take that with you, Torgal. Lady Karen will be relieved to hear you've got your appetite back. Come on, boy.
I noticed you and Torgal had gone off somewhere. Take him for a walk, did you?
You could say that.
So, Molly's leftovers weren't good enough, eh? That'll teach me for treating you like you're still a pup. All right, no need to shout. Now we know what you're after, I can see about getting some in.
Speaking of which, I brought one for later. Can I leave it with you?
You can, aye. I'm nice like that. In return, you can thank Tomes for me. The bloody know-it-all.
I was just on my way to see him.
Seems the hideaway's lost its appetite.
come and said, will there be thunder?
Ah, Clive. Were you able to locate your quarry?
We were indeed, Lawsman. You pointed us in exactly the right direction. And Torgal's been a very happy hound ever since.
Very good, very good.
Lady Karen sends her thanks, by the way, for your part in solving the mystery.
Ah. But that reminds me. After your last visit, I found myself pondering Torgal's talents. Do you recall our conversation concerning Lady Jill's role in Torgal's transformation?
About how she somehow woke the power within him.
Precisely that. A reasonable conclusion, I thought. But one which raised certain questions in my mind. You see, the Fenrir of...
Yeah, I heard about the new Resident Evil movie.
Alone. And while the powers
Oh, they're making a new live action from the director of the movie Barbarian.
They are somewhat different in nature.
I have second thoughts about it, because all the live actions have been kind of terrible compared to the CGI in games.
Torgal may be the beneficiary of more than one.
So if this new one...
Consider that in addition to Lady Jill...
If you've seen Welcome to Raccoon City, you would know how awful that one was.
Even the late Cid. In short, the icons hitherto near at hand, or should I say at paw, have been diverse and plenty.
Ain't that true?
That number has only grown as the realm's dominance of...
Oh no, Arkham said that we agree on, about the live actions.
As to how all of this
Sorry,
affected Torgal.
yeah, I'm carrying two conversations here. It's fine.
And if I'm not mistaken, he will grow fiercer still. We are fortunate indeed to be able to count him amongst our allies and not our adversaries.
I think he only played the first Fatal Frame on PS3, Kane?
He's more than an ally. He's a friend.
She's a huge Fatal Frame fan, so you might get lectured on that. Don't argue. And don't... and don't do what I did and try having her help you do a Discord call. You're supposed to go look. You're supposed to go left, goes right. No, seriously, she was telling me to go this direction, and I was going the opposite. And now here I am confused, like thinking, am I going the right way? No. Then we realized. Let's keep in mind that the camera's backwards. I need to get a capture card, honestly. That would have made it easier. But yeah. Yeah, this is probably Resident Evil's last chance to get the movies right. I haven't seen the whole movie Barbarian, but supposedly I guess it's really popular. I don't know. I hope you're taking notes, Kane.
Take us unawares, did you? This one. Dead now. No. Whatever it was.
This man's gonna die if we do. Get him to a healer.
What are you after? Thanks very much. There you go. Much obliged. Thanks very much. Fare thee well.
More.
Might have to watch it again. Let's see which direction I gotta go.
All right. Straight home now.
Yeah, Alistair has the DVD. I've watched it. You know, since we're on the thing of music, a One Piece film read. Oh, I was talking to Arkham in the chat.
Well, Clive,
Yeah, he asked what DVD are we talking about?
pick a sword.
Yeah, he's only hearing half the conversation. But in the oh yeah, it is a good movie. But I sent you guys a video on YouTube. That's she's my mod on Discord on Twitch. She sings. I figured you would like to hear that one, and it would help teach the lug here another form. That One Piece film, that it is a really good movie. Well, it's the same thing I've told Kane that one before. You know, don't try to copy other singers because you may not have the same ability. Okay, remember to pay your singing teacher after you're done. Singing lessons are free. They don't got smack you in the face. He's into a lot of rock metal music like me.
Should have stayed in its shell.
Sid, your new companion appears much more formidable than your uncle. Should I be worried?
You haven't been introduced.
You can add him on Facebook if you like.
Clive has told me much about you.
All lies, I'm sure.
Your Stolas said that Dalamil has a bandit problem.
Indeed.
Well,
Although
I was gonna say this. Tomorrow, me and him are hanging out. I could take Alistair's laptop with. It has a built-in webcam. And I normally...
But the fact is...
No, we'll be hanging out tomorrow.
What did you say to me? What did you say?
Because, yeah, I could just take the laptop with and...
Let's just say we've...
could do a video chat on Discord and then you can go blind watching him. We take jabs at each other all the time. What friends don't, right?
I've tried reasoning with the dissenting parties, but even the Desert Hare has limits.
Perhaps we could talk to them.
What makes you think they'll listen to us?
What makes you think they won't?
She makes a fair point, Sid. And you won't have wasted much of your precious time if you fail. They're just across the courtyard.
Yeah, pretty much.
Suppose we just follow the shouting.
Fucking thieving bastard.
As if life hadn't been hard enough round here since the fan fell.
You wouldn't talk like that if it had been your men whose throats were slit. Blood for blood, it's the only way. We hire mercenaries and have them mount the bandits' heads on our walls as a lesson to the rest.
And what happens when those mercenaries are slaughtered like your men? Are you going to hire more? We're better off using that coin to buy food and supplies. If we hire mercenaries, the only thing we're buying is the bandit's ire. And you cannot fill empty bellies with that. Do you hear me?
But what happens when they come back? Maybe it'll be your throat that's slit.
That's enough. Both of you. Any more of this and I'll throw you out myself. Come back when you're ready to talk like adults.
Victor. What's he doing here?
Yeah, we still have that TV. Well, I think Jonathan's wanting to get rid of it.
And Lady Jill. What brings you here?
I was about to ask you the same thing.
Costness is in chaos, and the markets have all but ceased to operate. The Briar's Kiss here in Dalamil is the only place I can reliably obtain supplies. I was here to do just that when Master Lubor told me of his troubles. He thought I might be able to talk some sense into these fools. But if you're here, I suppose his patience must be waning.
Who are those people?
Those were the thorns in Lubor's side. And the reason this place might be headed the same way as Costness. It's these accursed skies. The darkness is enough to drive a man to madness. Or an entire city, for that matter.
We're still working on the skies. But in the meantime, perhaps we can find a solution to Dalamil's problems.
I hope so. For all our sakes.
And he left Discord. Oh no, he's been having internet connections. When we were trying to share play Metaphor, it's like it kept saying connection lost due to poor quality. He thought it was my internet, but I'm like, no, it's saying on my end. And he's back.
So, you see my predicament?
What I saw was a room full of people who were angry and afraid. And with good reason by the sound of it. But if left to smolder, that anger and fear.
My thoughts exactly. What to do? Both sides wish to protect their homes and livelihoods. If only they could agree
he doesn't.
on how.
Oh, Kane got kicked out of the Discord call.
We are vulnerable.
And if there's one thing bandits like, it's an easy target.
Which Kane's still learning how to use Discord.
Suggest.
Well, if it were my namesake, he'd let them choose for themselves and be on hand to pick up the pieces when it all went wrong.
That sounds like a recipe for disaster.
A recipe for disaster is precisely what it is. But perhaps that realization would be enough to make them question the ingredients. While it's plain neither Conrad nor Natalie will countenance the other's proposal, it may still be possible to make them doubt their own. Before presenting them with a third option.
And that would be?
I'll be right back.
To pool our resources and save the city ourselves. Why fight each other?
When all that fear and anger can be directed at the bandits.
It appears we have a plan of action. Victor, pay Conrad a visit. See if you can't convince him of his folly. I'll speak with Natalie.
As you wish.
Your faces are not well known in this town. That may prove useful. Don't worry, Victor and I will do most of the talking. You need only play along.
Play along?
What he means to say is yes.
People take notice of wealthy men. Shouldn't be too hard to track down Karen's collector.
Haven't we had enough fighting?
My reputation will be ruined! Ruined!
Calm yourself, Lord Ignac, I beg of you, before you do yourself a mischief.
Pardon the intrusion, but...
Out! Get out! I paid for these rooms so I wouldn't be disturbed. Leave me be!
Please, allow me to apologize. His lordship is going through a difficult time, and he's never been fond of guests arriving unannounced.
Radim! Get rid of the filthy oaf this instant!
And try not to kill my brain cells in the process, Kane.
Would you mind stepping outside for a moment?
You're welcome.
I'm sorry if I've caused you any trouble.
That? No. That's just how his lordship is. Though the morning's events have left him somewhat fractious. He has been dispossessed of his luggage, you see. The thieves also made away with a considerable amount of coin. Coin the innkeeper will soon be keen to collect.
I don't suppose a certain blade was among the stolen items. A single-edged sword. It was purchased from a merchant friend of mine.
Ah, you know Lady Karen. Yes, I'm afraid it was.
Then I'll retrieve Lord Ignac's luggage. But I have one condition.
You have but to state it. You are welcome to anything that is within my power to grant.
I want an audience with Lord Ignac. A few minutes should be enough. Then I'll be on my way.
A condition I would be a fool to refuse.
Yeah, sadly, his time in transit
Have your audience.
pretty much,
I suppose you saw where the thieves went.
when he wanted us to leave him behind, he somehow survived being zombie chow.
Discreet inquiries made on his lordship's behalf mean that I know where you might find them.
So, Arkham said this, wait, he's alive? I thought we left his ass back in the diner in transit after he said, leave me my brothers.
And that's where I'm heading.
I shall speak to Lord Ignac in your absence, and arrange for an audience upon your triumphant return.
That will be very kind of you.
Farewell, and best of luck.
Good girl.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Okay, let's see. Patience is a virtue, Kane.
Let's roll
What company? Come on, lads, let's tear the bastard's head off.
So your new middle name is nothing else? Was nothing the first? Well, because you said nothing else matters, so I figured nothing was your. Is it your new middle name or nothing's the first and else is the middle? Sure, boy. Too bad you don't have that power, buddy. Sure. I have to mute you. Alistair said we should mute. Alistair said I should mute your ass. He's back from work though, so he's listening to you. We're listening to you.
Nothing seems to be damaged.
By force, honestly.
All right.
Even Arkham agrees. Should mute you. He can't hear you, but he's heard you a lot in the past. There's a difference.
I hear I have you to thank for the return of my effects. What shall I call you, my good man?
Wyvern. Glad to make your acquaintance.
A formidable name indeed. Well, Wyvern, I appear to be in your debt. Redeem here tells me you wished for an audience. Is that all?
A few moments of your time should suffice, yes.
You're a peculiar fellow, Wyvern. All right, speak.
Master Wyvern was wondering if you could tell him about a certain single-edged sword you recently acquired.
Oh, a true work of art, that one. Karen drove me hard on the price, but I would have sold her Radim here to get my hands on that.
You're starting to sound like Zal's.
It was
Sound
made
Redeem.
in the Outer Isles, far beyond the Twins, and is used exclusively by the practitioners of a unique school of swordsmanship.
Your connection's is kind of cutting you out, so I don't have to hear it. I should thank your internet.
Strike and hone their blades to such perfection that none ever does. Each sword is made
Okay,
for that
Vogel
one
9.0.
stroke, and for that stroke only. They crack upon a second blow. There's a brutal sort of beauty to it, really.
How teeable.
They hone such an edge.
Fine question.
I feel bad
They
for
use a whetstone, of course.
Not kidding though.
Hi, Efi. How you doing?
A whole array of them, ranging from the
Hope you're doing
coarse
well.
to the fine. 10,000 licks with the sharpening stone, then 10,000 more. But it is the final stone which lends the blade its legendary sharpness. A mineral quite foreign to this great realm of ours. And that is the
You get a pass.
the secret ingredient.
You can get a pass on that one.
Wyvern, it occurs to me that my little lecture is hardly equal to
So someone in my chat said they like pineapple on pizza. Will they be banned? I was like, no, they get a pass. Kane, you will be banned.
stone of which I spoke. Far rarer among collectors than even the blade itself.
One person's awesome and you're a nightmare.
More fitting payment.
Thank you.
Pardon the intrusion, my
Oh,
lordship.
never mind. I don't like pineapple on
It
pizza.
is long past time we prepared ourselves to depart.
So it is. I am locked in bitter competition
Okay.
with a rival collector of curiosities. I am one step ahead of the unscrupulous scoundrel, but he is hard at my heels.
And there are many
Well,
other
Evie, I
characters out
agree with
there.
you. I don't like pineapple on pizza either.
Too many to count, but only one do I consider my nemesis. Lord Byron.
See how they didn't have breakfast or lunch that day, you bastard.
Perennial thorn in my side.
I can imagine.
Farewell,
But I could make it better than Little Caesars.
But anyway,
Oh wait, I can't.
pepperoni is a nice topping.
I think his lordship is rather
And plus,
taken with you, Master.
I did tell this clown right here about the convention that's coming up.
For your assistance. Coming, my lordship. I'll be right there.
Trust Uncle Byron to find such an interesting rival. Now, let's see what Blackthorn makes of this wet.
But is there any other toppings you like on pizza, Evie? I see.
What are you looking for?
You've a discerning eye. Many thanks.
You're welcome anytime.
What's happened? Pardon me, but would you... That well-notched steel and impressive physique. I have need of a sword for hire, and yours looks to be a weapon well worth the coin. Might you be convinced to offer me the use of those formidable arms?
How exactly do you intend to use them?
Well, being something of a scholar of Zemeckis history, I wish to investigate the ruins near the city. And I require a rugged companion, lest I find myself waylaid by ne'er-do-wells or the beasts said to roam the area. Should you accept, you will not only earn yourself material wealth, but partake of the true treasure that awaits us there. The rich and storied history of Zemeckis. Well, will you ever party to a finer proposition?
My arms are yours.
Wonderful. Then come. We must away.
But where are we going?
Along the old Zemeckis Road, and from there, onward to discovery. Quickly! There is not a moment to lose.
Why don't you send a picture in the group chat?
Good luck with your ne'er-do-wells.
And for dipshit, and pictures of dipshit and dot shit.
I'd better make sure he doesn't get himself killed.
Not puppies.
I see you've been of some assistance to Eloise. Perhaps you can extend me the same kindness?
Perhaps. What would I be doing?
Finding someone. You see, I've been having trouble with thieves, and despite the many pains I've taken, I can't stop them from rummaging through my packs. I was griping about my lot to a friend of mine a few days back, and he offered to track the culprits down. Now, Joseph's a sellsword, and a good one at that. But he's been gone days, and I'm beginning to fear the worst.
Any idea where his search for the thieves might have taken him?
The old Zemeckis Road, perhaps? He doubted they would be fool enough to linger here in Boklad. Joseph's lived a hard life. Made him grey long before his time. I just pray he hasn't been killed over a few sacks of grain.
I can't imagine there are too many grey-haired sellswords around. Hopefully someone will have seen him.
Yeah, water.
The planet. He has his own gravitational orbit. Don't you lie to yourself.
any fresh water?
Now I just need to see about getting the word out. I want to know right away.
He's never even gotten past Honkai Impact, so he's barely on Star Rail as well.
Something worth celebrating for a change. Only trouble is the
Yeah, this guy doesn't stay on a lot of games a whole lot. He's still recent to actually working on his games, like he should be.
I've come by a particularly fine bottle of red. A Gotan 66, no less. Gotan Rouge is the...
Well, someone needs to get you motivated.
And most wouldn't part with a 66 if you held a knife to their throats.
So I've heard.
Oh, so you know of it then? Clearly you're a gentleman of taste.
There was a Bonnie, I believe.
A gentleman who might sympathize with my predicament, perhaps? Would you pass the good news to a few friends of mine? I'll give you a little something for
There's
your
also
time,
a fight there.
Sounds simple enough.
So you'll do it? Marvelous. Thank you. You won't need to go far. All three of them should be right here in the market. There's Aldrich the porter, Milan the butcher, and Bolek, a guard over at the north gate. 3 of the finest fellows in Boklad, if you ask me. Tell them to come to the tavern when they finish for the day. Stop by again when you let them know, and I'll give you your little something.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Has this wine turned, or is it my stomach?
Tastes better if you don't look up.
I've been asked to find Aldrich, the porter. I don't suppose that's you, is it?
That's me right enough. You need something delivered?
The innkeeper sent me. He said there's a cup of Gotan 66 with your name on it when you're done for the day.
A 66? Look at me. If he's just got hold of it now, it must have been in the crates he had me carry down from Sanbreque.
From the Empire to Boklad. You must be a braver man than most. That's a treacherous route at the best of times.
Such is the porter's lot. There's not a patch of storm these feet haven't traipsed across. It's Oriflamme one day, then off to Canva the next. The farther you're willing to go, the fatter the purse. Which is why there's no shortage of competition for some of the longer routes. I'd say I've done enough for today to earn myself a cup of something tasty. Thanks for letting me know.
I wouldn't give for a hot meal. Looks like this is the end of the road for us.
When are they gonna let us through?
What do you want? I've no coin on me.
Just information. Has a sellsword passed through here? Grey hair.
Now you mention it, there was a young man with salt in his mane sneaking around out there a while back.
Which way did he go?
How am I supposed to know?
Alistair says, don't quit your day job, Kane.
Now why don't you do the same and leave me be?
You'll fly once we toss you out of a cannon. See? I mean, you're already funny looking, Kane.
You'll have no real coin if you know what's good.
He does. Well, he did. Now he's reaching for his katana. But I hope he doesn't have the day off tomorrow. R.I.P. Kane.
hurt?
Happily not, good sir. Thanks to your timely intervention. More importantly, we have arrived. Now, feast your eyes upon the marvel before us. Ruins, a relic of the fallen civilization. A sight so common that man is oft blinded to its wonder. Colossal vessels, dashed from the very heavens. Airships, we call them, with very little thought to what wonders such a word might describe. Oblige me if you would. Does anything strike you as peculiar about this particular specimen? Though we ourselves find fallen ruins to be nigh indestructible, whatever gouged the final sin from the rock cleaved clean through the structure you see before you. A tantalizing mystery, no doubt, but merely one of countless enigmas in which Zemeckis history is steeped. Come, good sir. Our expedition continues, and we still have much to learn.
He's passionate. I'll give him that.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Straight home now.
We don't want any trouble.
Neither do I. I'm looking for someone. A grey-haired mercenary.
Well, we haven't seen him.
Yes, we have. We saw him climbing up the rocks. Those ones, over there.
Maybe he found his thieves.
Mum won't let me near them. She said there's goblins up there, and that they eat little boys for dinner.
Shush, now. You've said quite enough already.
I only told him what you said.
I'd listen to your mother if I were you.
I mean, listening is not his best skill, so that might be a tad bit of a stretch. Oh, I know you're trying your best, but him, on the other hand, listening? Kane? Oh, and I was just flicking you off. He says bring it. And Arkham, don't worry about it. You'll keep your sanity that way. I'll fill you in later, though, if you want. Hey, I was in a fight. I was focusing in on that. You know how I get, Kane.
Better already.
Kane, you know how I get when it comes to getting into fights in game? I focus intensely on it.
I think we found our thieves. They don't... Happy to see me.
You're not working at the opera. Well, at least I know this. I would actually put the effort to work on it, and I would know my limitations, unlike you. That's probably because you have an understanding issue. No. You're just naturally stupid.
Let's get this over with.
You make Patrick Star look smart.
Don't kill him, he's just protecting his home.
Not that Star.
So the boy was right.
I don't know you.
Your porter friend sent me to find you. She was worried you might have got yourself killed.
Have I been gone that long? Wasn't hard finding the thieves. The problem was knowing what to do with them when I did.
I take it things are more complicated than they appear.
I'd all but ruled out bandits before I even left the market. You know what that is? Because our thieves had
Yeah, in my freshman year, I had short hair, but then in later years, I grew my hair out, and I just like long hair.
I soon found that cozy little homestead and all the missing food.
You're just jealous because nobody likes your hairstyle.
Righteous fury, but their leader was the only one who moved to meet me.
They're just trying to make you feel better.
That food, ready to die protecting it. They stole because it was that or starvation.
Then again, the only thing your hair could attract is probably a guy or two.
So you spared them.
That's about all you can get.
Trust is the bargain by the look of it.
These goblins aren't native to the area.
Maybe I could have Alistair set you on fire.
So I've been teaching them.
Yeah, we may see if
to hunt and forage. They won't be fool enough to risk their necks in Boglad.
I'm impressed. I didn't know goblins could be reasoned with.
Do me a favor. Let the porter know I'm safe. I'll head back to the market once my work here is done. Oh, and don't mention the goblins. I don't want people coming here brandishing pitchforks. Not now this lot have sworn off thieving.
Your secret's safe with me.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Joseph's fine. He'll be back once he's tied up a few loose ends.
That's a weight off my shoulders.
He certainly knows his business. He found your thieves all right. And I dare say they won't be coming back.
A good man to have around, that Joseph. And if he says there'll be no more thieving, that's good enough for me. Thank you.
Like, what are you using? Your phone or your laptop, Kane?
Here, for your troubles.
Ah.
What's happened?
Well, he's not streaming anything.
Please. A piece of fruit.
Yeah, he's just offline. If he did that, I would personally kick his ass for you. And then mail him to you so you can finish the work.
You'll buy something, won't you?
You were born.
I'm looking for Bolek. I was told he'd be guarding the gate.
Well, you found him. You're not here to enlist, I take it?
The innkeeper sent me. He's just taken delivery of a rare vintage, a Gotan 66. He thought you might like a cup.
I've never said no to a goat hand. I'm not about to start now. Thanks for letting me know.
You must be a busy man.
No one's making for the refugee camps anymore. Not after what happened in the Dominion. Meaning, they linger here instead. I spend more of my days moving beggars along than I do manning these gates. What gets to me are the gangs that prey on the poor sods. As if they haven't suffered enough. Some days you can't help but wonder what the world's coming to. You know what? That wine's sounding better by the moment.
Yeah, he was at work today.
I haven't sold anything in days.
Me neither.
These pears are...
Are you Milan, the butcher?
That's me. What can I do for you?
The innkeeper's just had a special delivery. He thought you might like to join him for a cup of wine after you pack up for the day.
He knows me only too well. And I've got a ham here that will go handsomely with a nice drop.
Wine and ham to spare. Boklad clearly isn't suffering then.
Comes with being the place everyone has to pass through to get to everywhere else. Those who travel the Crystal Road bring all manner of goods with them. We get meat from San Brec, herbs from Rosaria. Why, sometimes we even see curiosities from across the Narrow. Or rather we did, till not so long ago. These are lean times, and even Boklad isn't the bustling trading post it once was.
It might be that.
Still, there's no point dwelling on it. Better to live life while you can, eh? And on that note, it sounds like there's a cup of wine needing my attention.
Well done. I wonder if the innkeeper might spare a cup of that wine. I spoke to your friends. They'll be along soon.
That's fantastic news. Thank you kindly. It's been a while since we all sat down together. And the way I see it, that wine is as much theirs as it is my own.
How so?
Well, I wouldn't be serving anything but slops without Aldrich to go and fetch the good stuff for me. And then there's Milan, who always sends customers my way. And Bolek, an even-handed keeper of the peace, if ever there was one. Those three are the backbone of Boklad. Lose any one of them, and the market would soon fall apart. And without the market, I wouldn't have a single customer. I'd say that's worth a bottle of 66, wouldn't you?
And more besides.
Everyone needs a shoulder to lean on. Be they world-weary innkeepers or brooding swordsmen. Right. I'd better prepare for my guest's arrival.
I hear you had me carrying a bottle of Gotan 66.
Hey, Light. How was your stream?
If I'd have known, I would have sold the thing and lived like a lord. I'll settle for a cup, though, if you're in a sharing mood.
A goat and 60 bloody 6. Just as well I had something special of my own set aside. A bottle between the four of us might not be enough to drown our sorrows, but it can't hurt.
Here they are, the free pillars of Boklad. Sit yourselves down, gentlemen. The woes of the world may be monstrous in many, but there's nothing like a few good friends to keep the misery at bay.
Never a truer word spoken.
I see. Well, I hope you feel better.
Do you have any fresh water?
I hear the brothers found another victim.
Something Kane will never know.
Can you believe it?
Sorry, you left yourself open. Well, you're welcome. And thanks for dropping by.
When did he become a telepath and a telekinetic?
When he was telling himself lies. He's a tele-liar.
Oh, a tele-liar.
Yep.
I wouldn't give for a hot meal.
Looks like this is the end of the road for us.
When are they going to bring it on? This is what's being you. I already deal with what I have to deal with you. Hello.
Yeah, this is the stuff we have to deal with Kane. At least we have quality material.
I haven't been fully cleansing because of Kane, so...
Well, Alistair's, Alistair's just like, think of it like the opposite of me. I'm the nicer one. He's the evil one.
I'm the no filter. I'm the no filter, no between. If it bumps into my head, and 90% of the time, it will come out.
So just think of like the opposite of me with Alistair. At least you're having fun listening to our banter. You have to experience it firsthand. Well, like I said, Kane was involved. I gave you a warning.
You're going to get yourself killed.
Oh, that would not do. That would not do at all. Not when such majesty stretches out before us. Behold, the final sin in all its glory. As Moss tells us, a battle was fought here in ancient times. A battle of such ferocity that it tore a great crater in the very land upon which it was waged. In reaching for their holy sanctum, did man enrage the gods. And great was the vengeance
It could also be his
that was
connection
rained down
messing up too.
Alas, the full truth
Because
of the matter is lost.
it's not really saying where he's at. He's kind of like outside of the... He's near the country here. So his connection might be breaking up due to the weather or the distance.
History awaits.
I don't know. You'd have to ask his reason on what it is. You know how your Wi-Fi is. And he left. Possibly, yep, there he is. Welcome back for the upteeth time. Cool.
He's really got himself into trouble this time.
Why do you even remember that king? Especially, you know, with someone he doesn't talk to a whole lot. Over here.
Still in one piece.
It would seem so. Once more I am in your debt. And once more you impress me with your prowess. These were no ordinary foes, but ones we in the field call echoes. Though Moss the Chronicler concurs with the legends in attributing the fall of Zemeckis to a wrath wrought upon mankind,
Still gotta watch it.
he offers little in the way of explanation. Could the ruins we see before us here, in all their elaborate beauty, perhaps suggest an answer? Could the construction of such miraculous edifices have been considered an encroachment upon the province of the divine? Alas, all is mere speculation. But one day, perhaps, I will learn the truth.
Not if you keep running headfirst into trouble.
You are right.
Jane,
Of course.
stop trying
And
to
not only have
imitate
you
Keith
plucked me
David.
repeatedly from the jaws of death, you have proven yourself a willing audience to my ramblings.
Glad to help, but didn't you say you came here to investigate something?
I fear I may have rather overstated the case on that front. In truth, a captive ear was all I really desired. You see, even my fellow scholars have grown somewhat weary of my musings of late. And so I came upon the idea of purchasing a companion. A captive audience, if you will.
That's what this was all about.
I am afraid so.
And now, my good man, it is high time we returned whence we came.
Fine. Just took her right
No,
off this time.
Kane's not singing Nickelback song. He's just calling himself a loser. No, Arkham, since he can't hear, he asked if Kane was still singing Nickelback music. Because he had said... No, not Alistair, Arkham.
And so ends
He's just sitting over there, minding his own business.
your reward for humoring my selfish whims, plus a little extra for
And he can't hear you through my controller. Speaking of songs, though, Kane, did you see the new Devil May Cry opening I sent you? Yeah, that's going to be interesting. But now, did you notice one of the swords in the opening? They might have... Yeah, and one of them was Nero's. Now imagine having Nero and Dante in the same series, because Nero's voice actor is voicing Dante. So if Nero's going to be in the series... Huh? Yeah, Johnny Young Bosch. So now... What'd you say, boy? Oh, I do that too when she's talking. Oh, you're the rude one here. You know what I'm going to talk about, Willis? Okay, here's the dragon thing. Let's go get some potions before I forget.
First we find Isabel.
Welcome. You've a keen eye. I do like a customer who knows what he wants. I'll be here if you need me. Points.
Come on. Faster.
How dare you?
All right. Thanks, Gal.
Let's take a Lionheart.
What we have here. Greetings, Your Majesty. Your reign is over.
Have a good one, Arkham.
To collect the ash.
Thanks for dropping by.
I should... This looks like the stuff. Let's see if there's any more. That should do it. If the wine needs more than this, he can fetch it himself.
All right there, Sid? How's that hunt for the bomb ash going?
I have it here.
That's the stuff. And plenty of it, too. Enough to keep the Olympic bubbling away for a good old while. You're a gent, Sid. Let nothing say otherwise. Right then. Let's get this contraption up and running. There we have it. The Telemon Alembic. And it works just like the chief said it would.
Very impressive.
Says the man who cut down a burning boulder. Speaking of which, I still haven't returned the favor.
There's no need. The good it will do for the hideaway is reward enough.
Don't be silly. Why don't you let me take a look at that bag of yours? The one you keep your potions in. Reckon I could work some magic on that.
What kind of magic?
Well, we happen to have isolated a substance in our test run of the Alembic that I reckon will make even the toughest leather supple as anything. Thought we might use it to breathe new life into old boots and the like. Save the hideaway a few gil. Ah, I reckon if we slap a bit on your bag, it'll loosen it up enough for you to squeeze in a bottle or two more.
Well, it can't hurt to try, I suppose.
That's the spirit. Leave it with me. I'll only be a mo. Well, what do you reckon?
It certainly feels more flexible.
Right? Told you.
Thank you. I think.
No. Thank you for supporting Mid and the rest of us in our endeavors. Without you, we'd never have been able to discover wonders like that stuff I rubbed on your bag.
You sure he wasn't an anime villain?
There's plenty more where that came from.
Clouds. You'd think the people here had never seen a storm before.
Catch you later. Yes.
We're all gonna die. You hear me? The Akashic are coming and they won't stop until they slaughter them.
You can leave a review later in messages if you want.
Sorry for the wait, but hopefully you'll agree it was worth it.
You learned
I
something
mean, not
about that
really.
sword, then?
I did better than that.
Because Arkham hopped off.
A whetstone.
Yes. But not one you'll
Then I
find
wouldn't be able to
anywhere
talk to you
in
through my controller. I'd have to switch to my phone if you still want to chat on Discord.
No wonder
But that's up to
I
you.
couldn't get the same finish on the grinding wheel. One hit and all done, eh?
I'll still be chatting a
And it
bit
was
if,
so bad if all you ever fought were
you know,
duels.
certain parts of the game.
Good luck on the battlefield. Your second opponent would be your last, no matter how good you were.
Even so, is there some way it could be used to give the curse breakers an edge?
I think so, yeah. With this whetstone and the right kind of steel, I could probably even make a twin of the blade that rattled me. But there'd be no replacing this little rock once I worn it down to a sliver. I reckon we get a dozen swords from it, if that. Swords that the curse breakers wouldn't know how to wield properly, and that would see them through a single fire piece. Nah, no point trying to copy that thing. Be about as much use as a wax anvil. But finishing our blades with a whetstone this fine, now that's something to consider. And what's finer than fallen masonry, eh? Or more hard-wearing, for that matter. Just imagine it. Good Valesthian steel with an edge as sharp as any found in the Outer Isles. I won't make a copy, nah. I'll make something much better.
I'm sure the curse breakers will be delighted. Just don't push yourself too hard.
Don't you worry about me, sunshine. I've been working day and night since I was half your age, and I'll still be here when you're long gone. Hey, thanks, Clive. I mean it. I owe you one, August too. It's good to know someone's looking out for me.
You'll be happy to hear you said that.
And I'll see that my debt to you's paid. First new blade I make's got your name on it. You come and find me when you've got the materials.
All right. I will.
What if someone's still playing D&D?
Trouble with your gear, or
That reminded me,
Sorry,
someone
might
else
be.
I was chatting with was going to play D&D with some friends as well.
anything else?
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there. You're rubbing me blind, you know. You'll not find a better price than that. You're rubbing me blind, you know. Finished, are you?
What else bounties do I need to do?
Did you see that? Tell me you saw that.
Okay, Soul Stingers. But sometimes the craziest and, well, the most
Welcome to the
chaotic
patron
bunch is the
supper.
funnest.
Come to claim your just desserts? All yours. Come again. I may have more for you.
But what I was saying was, I actually met another streamer recently called Slimy. She was talking about she was gonna go play D&D with her friends. And guess what's kind of interesting? When I was watching her stream, without really saying where, obviously, she said she might be in the same state as you. Here, I'll just message it to you. Well, just at least you know this, though. Since you're chatting on the controller, nobody would really be able to hear you singing. Yeah, and if I would have switched to my phone, everybody would still be able to hear you. So you know if we still want to be on the chat on the controller or chat on the phone. It's up to you, really. I know you wouldn't be comfortable with people hearing you sing. So yeah, I just figured I'd let you know those two. Soul Stingers. Fields of Providence. Hard to say. Yep.
Good girl. No mistakes.
Yeah.
Time to fight.
Oh, it's like I said. Well, it's like I said earlier. With how he wants to be with Genshin, he wants to, you know, experience the story and stuff, but he does not put in the effort to learn the characters, build them up, and everything. And, you know, that's on him. You're not gonna get better if you aren't willing to put in the effort to be better. And I've said that to him dozens of times before with anything. You should always practice, study, and try to improve. Because it's only a matter of time till someone comes along and proves they're better than you. I'm not trying to be rude or anything to the guy. That's just eventually how it's going to be. Well, see, our friend Ruben, he was in choir during the same time we went to high school together. And he chooses not to ask Ruben for singing advice.
No holding back.
He doesn't talk to Ruben about singing. Yeah. I would have to send you some of his... Yeah, I would send you some of his choir videos, but I would have to look them up on YouTube later.
They don't look happy. It's over. Peace at last.
like earlier. Kane was yeah, cause when Kane was here earlier, I told him he should, if he wanted to chat with people who are watching, I told him to pull up my stream. He had his volume all the way up, so I'm hearing myself talk to him.
It's good to see you.
And I asked could he turn it.
Clive? Jill?
I asked could he turn it down, like.
What exactly happened here?
Those skies are what happened. Not long after they fell dark, we
Yeah.
had our first visit. There were hundreds of them. Tried to storm the hill. Only a handful
Well,
made it
Kane's
up
not
here.
normal,
That
so
was more than enough. The rest are still down there now.
I'm
And
not
while
sorry.
we have a few willing fighters holding them back, they're sorely outnumbered.
Normal's overrated.
What do you think, Clive?
That we join the fight?
I thought you'd never offer. Now, where I need you is the Fallen Gate. That's where the fighting is fiercest. Let the men know you come to help. Something tells me they'll be pleased to see you.
We're on our way.
Do you think there are as many as Martha says?
Yeah.
What are you after? Fare thee well.
You don't think they've abandoned us, do you?
Them not. Not a chance.
Good girl. Run like the wind.
Clive, wounded.
We deal with the Akashic first.
Yeah.
This one.
These men don't have the look of hired
So
swords.
just got out of a battle. Oh, sorry, I was just got out of a battle.
If you've come to rob
Yeah.
this place,
You are mistaken, my Lord Rosfield. We're here by Madame Martha's leave.
how do you know my name?
Forgive me, my lord. There wasn't time for introductions. We're with the Guardians of the Flame.
Wade's men? But how did you come to be here? Where is your commander?
Sir Wade left earlier with a scouting party to find out where the Akashic were coming from.
Well, that's because he tries to sing like heavy metal music or rock
Take your
music.
wounded back to the inn. Martha will see you're looked after. We'll join you anon.
And to think you took them for thieves. A fine reward for holding off the horde, that is.
When did Wade and his men arrive?
Not long after Rosalith fell. The Guardians asked me to shelter some of them that had lost their homes. They were making ready to leave just as the skies turned, and we agreed it was best we stuck together.
Martha! Trouble! The scouting party's almost at the lift, but they got a pack of Akashic snapping at their heels! And they've got wounded with them! They're not gonna make it!
Damn it all.
We'll worry about them, Martha.
You look after everyone here. If any can still fight, send them to the lift.
I will. You two be safe now.
Mad dogs, the lot of them.
Squire, I need you to get those who can still walk up the lift to Martha's. But what about... I didn't ask, Oscar. Sir.
Sir Wade.
Lord Rossfield. If you aren't a sight for sore eyes.
Martha seemed to think you might need some help. And by the looks of it...
We thought we could sneak by them. But we didn't know there would be so many. How could we have?
Behind you!
Damn it! We need to get the injured to safety.
Do you think we can hold them off?
We can certainly try. Are you with us, Sir Wade?
Always.
Then let's do our duty. Get him!
Well, I still haven't seen Hazbin Hotel.
Is anyone hurt?
I don't think so.
And yet again, you've pulled me from the flames. It's just a pity I keep walking into them.
You've never been one to shy away from danger, Sir Wade. Like any shield worthy of the name.
Yeah.
I see you're all in one piece.
Martha!
Is something wrong?
The lookout saw smoke coming from down Eastpool way. Too thick to be a hearth.
I mean, there is a difference.
Feel like finishing the job.
Always.
Jill and I will make for Eastpool. You'll need to move the injured without us.
Don't you worry about them.
The moment my men are safe, I'll follow. Good luck.
Oh, the one I sent on Facebook? Yeah, like I said, I'm not 100% sure if that's, you know, her exact state, but I would say the speaking voice one.
Just patch me up as quick as you can and get me back out there.
Yeah.
They're headed for the rest.
We have to slow them down. Martha and the others won't be ready.
Get him. No, you're not wrong.
Something's coming.
Apologies, my lord. Did I miss anything?
Only the first round, Sir Wade. Shall we?
Let's see. No, I don't hear anything. Oh, well, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not watching the speed champ.
This one. Do you see any more?
No. I think that was the last of them.
but it won't be long before the next lot arrive.
Then we make for Martha's while we can.
What did you find out there?
The same as Sir Wade. Scores of Akashic.
Well, wherever they came from, they're gone now. Our lookouts say the lowlands are clear. Hopefully we'll have enough time to lick our wounds.
How many of your men were injured?
A damn sight less than if you hadn't turned up. Thank you.
It was a hard-fought victory. But as long as the skies remain dark, I fear the Akashic's numbers are only going to rise. It's not a matter of if the Horde will be back, but when. And whether that's sooner or later, we'll need to be ready. The inn here affords a good view of the land, and is easily defendable. I'd like to make this one of our outposts.
What do you say, Martha? You'd have more men to guard the rest.
Well, when you put it like that, of course they can stay.
My lord, there's someone I'd like you to meet. Oscar, over here. It is an honor to make your acquaintance, Lord Rossfield. I am Oscar. Oscar of House Murdoch.
Murdoch? I wasn't aware the Lord Commander had children.
Oh, he didn't. But his brother, my father, did. I am Sir Rodney's nephew. Well, go on, then. It's not for me to ask him. Yes, Sir Wade. If it please you, my Lord Marquis, might you take me as your squire? I would learn the duties of a shield from the finest.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Oscar, but I am a shield no longer. Nor was I ever the finest. And spending time in the company of an outlaw hardly seems a fitting education for one aspiring to take his oaths.
My Aunt Hannah once told me that a man is not defined by his title, but what he does in its name. You have accomplished much since taking on the mantle of Cid, winning no little honor in so doing. And I would sooner serve under an honorable outlaw than an unworthy shield. Not that Sir Wade and the other Guardians are... I mean to say that, they're... It's all right. We know what you mean. There is only so much the boy can learn from me, my lord.
But a squire...
Would that really be so bad? You were a squire once. And I'm certain Sir Rodney would approve.
What is it? You mean in the video you were playing?
I'll show you as much leniency as your uncle showed me.
I would not have it any other way.
Heard a bloke saying he saw ghosts on the far side of the wall.
I saw it with
Well,
my
the
own
wall
eyes.
won't stop
The
me.
whole of... I'm under a flood.
Then we're next.
I can't do it.
But you can.
My lord. My lady.
We received the dame's message. There have been sightings of strange creatures, I understand.
With the blue eyes.
Yes. Like a Kashik, but different. They've taken so many. I've lost count.
Akashic, but different.
Ultimus thralls. And what of your mistress? Is she here?
Oh, no. She went to the garrison to ask what they were planning on doing about all this.
Then we'll look for her there.
You heard what happened to
We're all left for more of the captain's orders.
Madame, please! Half the garrison's been slaughtered by those things. We lost the captain this very morning.
We've tried requesting reinforcements, but there's been no word from the capital or the Dominion in days. What more would you have us do?
I would have you do your duty. Those at the Vale look to me for protection. And protect them I shall. Because they are my charges, and that is my duty. In case you have forgotten, the people of this town are your charges. But more than that, they are your people. Your sisters, your brothers, your lovers. So you have a choice. Lay down your sword and watch as they are slaughtered, or take it up and do what is right.
She speaks the truth, you know. This here, it's all we have. It's all that's left.
What we have left is our lives. Do you really want us to lose them as well?
Not if we don't have to. Look, there's a cask under the captain's bunk. Let's talk about this over a drink, eh?
So how's Hota coming along for you?
I'm listening.
So how's Hota coming along for you?
I'll have a word with him.
I'll take that as an answer.
Ah, Clive. I didn't expect help to arrive so quickly. And
I only ask 'cause Alistair just got on Starvale over there.
It was a noble effort, but I thought you might still need
And that
some
lucky...
support.
You asking
I'd like you to consider my need.
Not you. I know you got Hota on a one pull.
What we need to consider
Lucky
is
bastard.
where the creatures
right
came
after
from.
you two were talking about
The
it
way
too.
the survivors speak of them, one would think they appeared out of thin air. And perhaps they did. It's hard to know what to believe these days.
Still mad I lost my 50-50 and got Blanya.
You're a pikeman, yes? What happened?
I've got family in Moor. I heard the flood was spreading, so I went to see if they were all right. And a pack of them glowing things found me in the meadow. I ran for my life. I never did get to the village.
Leave that to us.
My family? They're still in the capital.
Hey,
I'm
I have a
sorry,
question
darling.
for you.
I truly am.
Maybe you should get it back.
Don't leave me, Paul.
Do the other
That thing?
Did you see the creatures that attacked you?
Creatures? Yeah,
Yeah.
They came out of nowhere. They went for Joseph first, then me, and then they were just gone.
Do you remember where you were?
On the road from Oriflamme. We just passed Moor when... Where's my Joseph?
It's all right. Just rest now. At least we have an idea of where the thralls might be now. We should head for more.
I assume you have a...
was all they could do to escape. They just left the bodies there in the flood.
As long as the main objective to annoy him is complete, all is well.
If it's Kane, I want him to try and learn Move My Sin Up. One of the hardest piano renditions.
You have too much faith in him.
I don't have any faith in this because I know he's gonna fail.
Clive, look.
I see them. With me.
Then I would question that.
Should I try?
Save your strength. Over here.
Got another level up. Cool.
Do you think there are more?
There are always more. But I'd say we've done what we can for the time being.
Then we should let Isabel know.
You have the town's thanks.
Don't thank us yet. There will be more. Many more. And you'll need to be ready for them.
Oh, we shall. Isn't that right, Captain?
Yes, milady. The garrison will be ready.
Philippe here has convinced most of the men to remain at their posts. For now, at least.
Hearing that the Dane would look kindly on any man who committed himself to the task certainly didn't hurt. It's not the most selfless of motives, I'll admit. But whatever it takes, eh? Now me, I never needed convincing. I became a soldier to protect the people I love. And the people I love...
If he takes any of the advice to heart.
Handsome and chivalrous.
Yeah, but... Oh, I know. But it's his listening skills.
If you don't mind, I have sentries to post. Milady.
And if he wants...
Lest you wander,
And if Kane wants to watch this stream over again once it's done, I ain't gonna hide anything.
One fewer than I had this morning. Thank you again.
I've been telling him that problem for years. That he should be more open to listening to people.
So many were injured.
He replied the same to you, the same way he does to me and Alistair. You know, the same way. When he would say something, he would think he had a response for it. And then would try to justify his reason. Well, because it's like this. Normally, because it's just like, when you try telling him something he needs to work on, it upsets him. And when he really... Well, that's my guess. It's because, when... Like this. When me and him used to play a fighting game together, he would get cocky he had gotten one win. And when I said, okay, it's time to get serious then. I got serious, I had 10 wins in a row. And he is visibly getting upset that between the skill difference between us. So, he thinks he's good at something, and when he's proven wrong, he then wants to start getting upset.
And what can I do for
But he'll
you?
try to play it off like, oh, there's nothing wrong here.
You've a keen eye. An
He doesn't take...
excellent choice.
No, but he can't handle criticism well. And that's what he needs, is to, you know, if someone gives you criticism, don't think of it as just constantly bad. You know, constructive criticism. Yeah, and that's mostly what he needs. The tools to do it, and the understanding to accept, maybe I'm not as good as I think I am.
Here she is.
But I doubt
Lady
the
of the
boy will even
Spear herself.
listen, but
Conrad.
I'll give him a week.
May I introduce you to Jane, commander of the Red Wings, the oldest mercenary guild in the Free Cities.
Passion and delusion are often two sides of the same coin.
Pleasure is all mine.
As I told you, I summoned the commander here from Canberra to inquire
What,
about a
that line?
Victor says you told him no.
Sometimes your passions can make you delusional.
Is that true?
True as the crystals cracked. Nobles came and claimed every last
Really?
one
You
worth
really
his
gotta
salt.
ask me that?
And not just from us Red Wings.
Remember that the Star Rail phone had your email on it before you got the new one.
Granted, we have a few boys left.
Yeah, well, that
If it's boys
didn't
you're
exactly
looking for.
stop it.
Well, Conrad,
Because remember, your Facebook was still signed in on the browser on the phone.
a gaggle of unblooded striplings that a band of
Well,
beardless youths could better avenge the deaths of your brave
clearly
men
not
than
all of the
you
sync.
yourselves.
Well, the sinking listen to you then.
We'll show those bastards who they're dealing with.
can't believe that actually worked.
Conrad's not what you called the brightest candle in the crypt.
You mean you did?
And there's a reason why I had you do the talking and not Sid. Well played, my lady.
Then let us band
That's most
together.
likely it. Since you were a new person and you were a friend of mine, he was tiptoeing. I've known him long enough to tell his characteristics, even if I'm not looking him in the face.
If I had my pickaxe, I would have... I mean, it may still be possible to buy something. Ah, here he is now. Natalie, allow me to introduce Lord Underhill of Randalar's prestigious League of Merchants.
Lord Underhill. At your service.
Underhill.
I was just telling the good lady of our conversation, my lord, and how you were lamenting the state of the capital's stores.
Lubor says that not only are the granaries almost empty, but that war and the Blight mean this season's harvest won't be enough to fill them for winter.
Indeed, certainly that is the case. The nobles in the capital are buying up the city's stocks of barley and wine, driving the prices higher than most commoners can afford. It is only a matter of time before the peasants revolt.
It is worse than I thought. If what Lord Underhill says is true, I fear we have little hope of supplementing our stores, meager though they regrettably are. And while I applaud your endeavors to dissuade our more bellicose citizens from seeking vengeance, I sense Conrad is not wrong in his assessment of the bandits' likely return. Which means that now, more than ever, we will need to secure what little we still have. Food, weapons, herbs, everything. If our humble town is to endure not only this hardship, but those that are certain to follow, we must stand united.
All right. If it will help to protect my home, I'll do it. But you needn't have gone through this charade.
Thank you, Clive. Your performance was nothing if not workmanlike.
She saw right through it.
I didn't say it was good, merely that it produced the desired effect. Now, my scouts should be returning shortly. Meet me back at the Briar's Kiss, and we shall see what we face.
I'm not convinced our roles in this
He's an
room are
imitator.
entirely necessary.
I don't know. Conrad seemed quite taken with you.
Mummy, I'm scared.
Oh, I'm ruined.
Good news, Sid. Both Conrad and Natalie have somewhat gracefully accepted their new roles. With time, they may even learn to.
Time no longer appears to be the luxury it was before lunch.
I take it your scouts found the bandits.
Technically, it would be the bandits who found my scouts. It appears they march for Dalamil as we speak. All of them.
You're not serious.
They don't just want food, they want the whole damn town.
Yeah?
I have a favor to ask. I'm told the bandits march in two groups, one from the south and one from the desert, in a move doubtless intended to stretch our already gossamer-thin defenses.
Very well. Jill and I will meet those from the desert. But what of the rest?
The rest, my friend, the city shall fight. Together. The stakes, I concede, are high. But if this does not unite Dalamil, nothing will.
That is a lot of faith to put into those who had their hands around each other's throats but a moment ago.
Then it will be for us to see that their hands are kept occupied. And I do mean us.
I thought you might say that.
We'll hold them off for as long as we can.
And
I never really listened to her.
I know which ones you're talking about.
The wooden bug has come to bug us.
I'll take that one.
He's all yours.
They mean to overwhelm us. Sick 'em.
I'm used to it. It'll just be a repeat of last time. Oh, yeah. I would have to do the after screen. Because, you know, this Final Fantasy, it's not turn-based, so it's like actual open combat. And trying to fight with one hand on a controller wouldn't be easy.
I don't hear any fighting.
Because if you've seen some of the gameplay of it that I've been doing, there's constant switching around between the different powers. And that's on the left side, and the right side is the attacking buttons. So I'd have to be... So yeah, doing that one-handed would not be fun. No, I'm not ignoring what you're saying, I'm just,
Natalie, I owe you an apology. You did well out there. The inn would have been lost had you not held the line.
Without you, there would have been no line to hold. You saved us, Conrad. You saved Alamil.
We all saved Alamil.
Conrad seems to have had a change of heart.
I'd say they both have.
I take it from your presence that our visitors from the desert won't be joining us either. Pity.
The plan worked, Sid. Granted, it only took an army of bloodthirsty bandits at our gate.
Calm now, Victor. Why quibble over the details? We are united, and that is all that matters. As for you, Sid, you fight considerably better than you act.
I'll take that as a compliment. Our friends seem to have things under control. For now, at least. Let's go and put on.
Yeah. I was also typing something in another.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back
What?
so soon. Your benefactors are a generous lot.
Hello?
All yours.
Is that better? Yeah, I was just typing in a chat. But yeah, if you... Yeah, we can always chat later if you want. See ya. Tomorrow. Well, he normally likes to hang out in the morning time.
Come again. I may have more for you.
Well, let's see. It's gonna be maybe around like 10 or so here, so you're about an hour ahead.
What is it that
Yeah.
you wish to learn?
Very good.
Yep. Catch you later. Yeah, let's leave that. And I nobody would think I'm going crazy and talking to myself.
Was wondering when you turn up. Had owls from all our friends thanking you for your timely intervention. How is it you always manage to arrive at just the right moment?
Luck, I suppose. Any word on the rest of the realm?
Let's see. Storm's still crying out for mother crystals. The nations are still in chaos. And the skies are still the colour of a kick in the kidneys 2 days on. So...
Right.
Clive, we knew this was going to happen. Well, not the bleeding skies part, but you take my point. Now's not the time to second-guess yourself. Now's the time to visit the infirmary. Talia says your brother's awake.
Thank you, Otto.
So it was not Sylvester, but Olivier who served as Ultima's puppet. And when Dion learned of this, he sought to slay the fiend. Only for his father to take the spear that would have freed him. Enough to drive a man to madness.
Small wonder he hasn't stirred. I would be afraid to wake.
Had I but reached out to him sooner, warned him of the threat Ultima posed. But now, both an empire and her prince lie broken.
Joshua, what do you know of Ultima?
Very little, I'm afraid. Despite my best efforts. 18 years ago, as I lay buried beneath the rubble of Phoenix Gate, 'twas not death who came for me, but another. And it was while in my rescuer's care, I first heard of Ultima. I've been chasing his shadow ever since. Ultima is driven by some deep, dark purpose, and for whatever reason, it would seem you are crucial to his designs. He will stop at nothing to have you, even if that means toppling an empire.
But why me? What possible use could I be to such a creature?
That is one of many answers that have eluded me. Yet, I am certain of this. It is not mere chance. You were chosen for a reason. All dominants carry within them the might of an icon. Nigh limitless power that is at once acutely limited. I wield fire, and only fire.
And I only ice. 8 wardens for 8 elements. But you, Clive.
You are different. You're special. Your abilities begin with the flames of Ifrit. But they do not end there. The fact Ifrit can even exist goes against everything we thought we knew of dominance. Perhaps Ultima has been waiting for one such as you, whose potential is truly limitless.
I've encountered that thing several times now. If it or he, as you say, needs me, why hasn't he claimed me as he did the boy?
Were I to hazard a guess, I'd say the two of you are somehow incompatible. His mind not properly attuned to your body.
His mind?
Mind, awareness, spirit, call it what you wish. But I believe Ultima to be an embodiment of the concept. This is why I struggle and fail to contain him here inside me.
I'm sorry. Inside you?
With every setting sun, I feel my strength wane. And though the Phoenix's flames mend the prison I have made for Ultima, they do so at a cost. We must find a means to bring an end to him before I meet my own.
What were you thinking?
It was that or let him take Clive. And I've always had a soft spot for my brother.
But that doesn't mean you should sacrifice yourself to save me.
Joshua. Clive, it's Gav. There's
There's an army of Akashic at the gates of Canver.
Well, what's the short of it?
It's all Tyre told you. The capital of the Free Cities is under siege by an army of monstrosities. The city guard are doing their best to stem the tide, but numbers ain't on their side.
What of Lord Byron and Mid? Were they able to escape?
No, but they're all right for now. They're hiding with Gav at midship.
We have to get them out of there.
And we shall. Otto, prepare a Stolas. Tell Gav to stay exactly where he is.
Understood.
Vivian, what's the swiftest route to the Free Cities?
That sounds like a question for the map. Look here. This road, through Tabor, should provide the least trouble.
Good.
What a coincidence. Tabor is exactly where I'm bound.
Joshua, Bed is where you should be bound.
You don't think I told him the exact same thing?
Were Tyre not such a talented healer, I would surely have been inclined to agree. But, thanks to her ministrations, I feel I may safely rejoin my attendant, who was to wait for me in Tabor if we became separated.
All right, we travel together.
Clive.
If he stays close to me, he'll be fine.
Thank you, brother.
I'll look after him.
Seems the hideaway is lost it.
Here, you put me in this situation, Clive. You can bloody well get me out of it. I need a hand with a recipe.
Are you sure it's me you're looking for? I'm not much of a cook.
I'm all the cook will be needing, thank you very much. What I want from you is a little of your time, right? Oh, and perhaps your sword. You remember Ivan's stew, right? Well, despite the look of the thing, and that awful stench, people wolf it down. So I thought I'd try making one of these supposed masterpieces myself. Had a peek at the book and gave it a go, but, well...
It wasn't as straightforward as you'd hoped. Ivan had the same problem.
Yeah, but this is my blooming kitchen, and I will not be outdone. So if you don't want to be seen as playing favourites, I suggest you lend me a hand.
I've never been one to play favorites, Molly. And I would be only too happy to lend you a hand. So, what's on the menu this time?
A fried mortress of skyworm. That's one heck of a name, innit? Recipe seemed easy enough to an old hand like myself. Thought I'd followed it to a T. Only, turns out skyworm livers and drake's mint are not what I thought they were. At least I hope they're not, given the rancid mess they made.
Ivan said the recipes in the culinary pilgrimage date back centuries. Who's to say the ingredients even exist anymore?
Wow. That's a question for a scholar, wouldn't you say? Perhaps you know of one? Kindly old fella who haunts the shelves, maybe?
Fine. I'll go and speak to Harpocrates. Perhaps he'll know something. And if he does, I'll see if I can find your ingredients for you.
You do that. Lest we forget, you've got a reputation to uphold.
Sounds good. Tome guy.
There's a storm coming, Sid. Will there...
Sid, perhaps you can help me solve a mystery.
I can certainly try. Who's gone missing this time?
It's not who, but what. Mid-scales, the
The ones she made for her workshop. I borrowed them to teach the little ones about weight, and shortly after the lesson, well, they vanished. My first thought was that they'd taken them off somewhere to play, but when I asked, they swore they had nothing to do with their having disappeared. Which almost certainly means they had everything to do with it.
Perhaps a visit from Sid will jog their memories.
I think it just might. Thank you. I don't like to imagine that my pupils would lie to me. But if they have, I'll have no choice but to discipline them accordingly. They were in the atrium when I last saw them. As always.
Lawsman Harpocrates, I've come to pick your brain if you don't mind. It's about the book you lent Ivan.
Ah, Valisthea, A Culinary Pilgrimage, a classic. One of my favorites, in fact. The young man did a wonderful job with the Chancer's stew. I do hope we shall be able to sample more such marvels in due course.
That's actually why I'm here. I don't suppose you know where I might find skyworm livers and drake's mint.
Ah, so the fabled Sanbrequois delicacy is next on the menu. Delightful. The descriptions of fried mortress never fail to make my mouth water. Now, skyworm is a somewhat antiquated name for the wyvern, their ground livers being the paste from which the mortress is made.
Dragon livers? How very Sanbrequois.
One would have thought the disciples of Bahamut would have a touch more reverence for their icon's brethren, but apparently not. I believe the specific dragon the recipe demands is the blueback wyvern, said to be the very color of the sea beside which it resides.
So we know where to look for our liver. But what about the drake's mint?
Saint's bonnet in contemporary parlance, a herb which grows along the North Reach coast. I gather that one can locate the cheerful yellow flowers by their heady scent alone, so I'm sure you'll have no trouble finding them. I may add that people once believed game was best served with the flora that sustained it in life, in which regard fried mortress of skyworm is undoubtedly a typical dish of the time.
Meaning that if I find one, I find the other. To Northreach, then.
Best of luck, Clive. And do save me a bite once the dish is complete.
Is a storm coming, Sid? There'll be thunder.
It seems the hideaway has lost its appetite.
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there. It'd better all be here. Is that all?
So, what'll it be? Should last you a good while. That it? Fine.
What am I gonna do?
Is everything all right, Goose? You seem more discomposed than usual.
Oh, I don't know what that means, but I'm in a bit of a muddle. Oh, I think Nan might be in trouble, and she's...
It's all right. You can tell me.
There was a trader came by. One of our usuals, like. Said he'd heard some rotten rumours about her down Dallymill Way. Folk are saying she's been selling to bandits and cutthroats and that. I mean, she's fond of a chance to make a coin or two, aye, but she'd never do business with baddies. Especially not the kind who go hurting people who haven't done out. I wanted to ask her about it myself, but I'm scared she'll give us a tongue lashing. She'd never give your tongue a lashing, though, would she?
Don't worry. I'll speak to her.
Oh, thanks, Clive. You'll let me know what she says, won't you?
Of course. I'm sure it's all just a misunderstanding.
heard the Emperor was impaled on his own son's spear.
We're all gonna die! You hear me? The Akashic are coming and they won't...
What do you reckon we should do?
Cid! Hard at your studies, I see. And what is that? It's not a set of scales, is it?
No. Of course it isn't.
Well, not anymore, it's not. Oh!
And just how long hasn't it been one?
We're sorry.
But we didn't break them. We dismembered them.
Just like Miss Mididol showed us.
Miss Mididol? Why would she have you dismembering her creations?
Because that's the only way to become a ninja-neer.
Miss Mididol said, the best way to see how something works is to take it apart and put it back together again.
Well then, your work is already half done. Carry on.
About that.
The taking apart was easy enough, but it's the putting back we can't work out.
Speak for yourself. The heavy thing goes at the bottom. Then...
You three need to learn to take responsibility for your actions. So let's have a look at these parts with fresh eyes, shall we? All right. Everything here was once part of Miss Mididol's scales. Every piece has its own role to play, and each is just as important as the others. If even one of them is missing, the scales won't work. So let's think about what those roles might be. You already know one of the pieces. The body. Its role is to support everything else. But what of the others? This is called the arm. Why do you suppose that is? It doesn't look much like an arm.
You're right. It looks more like a wing. Like a chocobo wing!
You've ridden a chocobo before, haven't you, Cid? Will you teach me to ride one day?
I'll think about it. Now, what do arms do?
Hold things. So wait, maybe this arm holds things too?
Good thinking. You're on the right track. These round parts are called the pans. You all know what a pan is, don't you?
I do. Molly uses them in the kitchens to fry bangers. But these aren't for frying bangers, you idiot. They're for weighing stuff. But what if I wanted to weigh Goots? I don't think he'd fit on that little thing.
Probably not.
What are the chains for? Holding the pans up?
Well spotted. Which means something must hold the chains up in turn. This tiny piece is what's called a cogwheel, or gear. Have you ever seen one before?
I have. Miss Mididol's dungeon is full of them. Most are on the floor.
She puts them in all her inventions. They spin round and round and round and round and...
That's right. They're very useful when you want to make things move. Do you remember if there was anything on the scales that moved?
I remember the arm moved when I tried weighing an apple. And then somebody ate it.
Not my fault. You shouldn't have tried weighing it before lunch.
You know what part's supposed to move, and how it's supposed to move. So, let's put the pieces together first, see what doesn't move, and then stick the cogwheel to that.
Not a bad idea. You see? It's not so difficult. So, now that we've taken stock of the parts and learned what they do, what do you think?
I think we've got it.
Then here's what we'll do. You tell me what goes where, and I'll put the scales together.
Well, obviously you need to start with the body. All the other pieces fit onto it, don't they?
And the arms go on the body, just like real arms.
Or wings, if you're a chocobo.
And then the arms hold the pans by the chains.
Very good. Let's see if that works. There. All finished.
Yes! We did it!
Well, with Sid's help.
Oh, I just put the pieces together. It was you three engineers who showed me how.
That's right. We're Miss Mididol's hairs.
Her hairs?
Yeah, hairs for the future. She's showing us her secrets now, so we can help out the hideaway when we're older.
What do you think, Sid? Are we almost ready?
With a little more help from Miss Mididol and Miss Shirley, I'd say it won't be long at all.
You hear that? It won't be long.
Until then, though, do try to be honest with Miss Shirley.
Hey, look! We never used the cogwheel.
You don't think Sid forgot about it, do you?
Is a storm coming, Sid? Will there be...
Well, did you solve the mystery?
It was as you thought. The children had the scales, or the parts of them at least. They dismantled them to see how they worked.
Oh, no, Mid will have my head.
Thankfully she won't. This might even have been her idea. Although I was the one who ended up teaching the lesson.
I'm so sorry, Sid. I know how busy you are. I shall see that the children are properly punished.
Please, there's no need. Mid seems to have taken the three of them under her wing. She's even calling them her heirs. She'd have them follow in her footsteps. And her father's.
I see. Sid, do you know why Mid has been spending so much time at the hideaway of late?
She told me it was because her studies have been interrupted by events in Canva. Is that not true?
No, it isn't. The university offered her a commission. In exchange for full tuition, room and board, they asked her to oversee the design of several new war engines. To anyone else it would be an opportunity, but to Mid, who lost both her parents to war, it was a bitter pill. One she was none too keen to swallow. But that should come as no surprise. She's only ever cared about bringing people hope. The very last thing war can be said to do.
Which explains her heirs. She's working to give them a better life. And so should I. What's the odd engineering lesson?
Oh, you've given them far more than that. And I'm sure they're very grateful.
Seems the hideaway's lost its appetite.
Lady Karen. How's business?
Not nearly as foul as the weather.
You're doing good trade then? Both in and out of the hideaway?
Can't complain. Wait. What exactly are you getting at? Not once in 5 long years do you pay my affairs half a care. But here you are today, raking me over the coals like a bloody popoto.
Just asking. Out of interest. All right. I'm here because I was told that certain rumors have been circulating. About you selling weapons to brigands.
Oh, are you? And who was it who knows me so well as to tell tales of my evil exploits?
I didn't exactly hear firsthand. All I know is that someone in Dalimil has been spreading word to that effect.
And what? You believe it? You think I'm profiting off the blood of innocents, do you? Look, I've done things I'm not proud of.
Hey, Book.
Might be there were a time when I turned a blind eye to the wretchedness of the world so I could line my pocket. But that woman is no more. And you'd know that if you'd ever paid the slightest bit of notice.
You're right, Lady Karen. I apologize. It was wrong of me to doubt you.
Aye, it was. Now, I reckon you've got better things to do than pointing your do-gooding finger at a poor old woman.
Of course. Good day. I spoke with Lady Karen.
What did she say?
That the rumors were unfounded, and that I was a fool for thinking they might hold any truth, along with some other things that made her feelings clear. And while it sounds like she may have done things she regretted in her past, she says those days are behind her.
Oh, well, that's good. I knew Nan wasn't caught up in out bad. But why would people say she was? What did she ever do to them? It's not right.
No, it's not. But people do things for all sorts of reasons. Perhaps we'll never know.
Well, I'm going to find out. That trader, he said they were all talking about her in Dalimil. So that's where I'm going. I'll find someone who'll tell me, you'll see.
Are you sure that's wise? Whoever's spreading these rumors means Karen ill.
Oh, right. But that's why you'll be coming with me, isn't it, Clive?
I suppose it is.
Did you see the pair that got hauled into tires?
Aye, all their fancy silks stained red.
Or the moon, for that matter.
It's like a dream. The four of us out walking like we used to.
Enjoying this, are you? Gav and the others could be in danger as we speak.
You're right. I'm sorry. Yote is a fine scout. If Canva was attacked, she will already have begun gathering information.
Tabor isn't far. We should pick up the pace.
You're still picking on her, aren't you? Nope. Someone else is.
We can use the ruins to cross the ravine.
Assuming they will allow it, the Echoes have a will of their own.
Tell us about Yote, Joshua.
She's strong-willed, loyal, and deadly with a blade. Much like Clive, but with better manners.
Good girl. You're injured. What happened here? Where are your comrades?
Ether flood up ahead. It swallowed our camp while we slept. My own men did this. Turned every last one of them. There's a village not far from here. Tabor. The people were kind to us. It's only a matter of time before they won't stand a chance. We can't let those monsters reach the...
I'll go. You catch your breath.
Thank you. Our encampment is up ahead. Just off the track. They must not reach Tabor. Forgive me, Lord Cougar.
Rest well, soldier. You said the encampment was close. Let's hope the Akashic are still there.
Another ether flood. They're everywhere now.
We can't go round it.
Then we'll just have to be careful.
Ready, girl? Run like the wind.
We're nearly there.
Have you been to Tabor before?
There are a few places I haven't.
I can walk from here. Where now, Joshua?
There is a residence just inside the city gates. She awaits us within.
My Lord Marquis, it is an honor. I am Yote, Knight of the Undying, charged with the protection of His Grace Joshua Rosfield, Keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix.
Of course. It all makes sense now.
Would you care to elaborate?
The Undying are loyal servants to the ducal throne. Or more specifically, to its heir. They have served our family for generations, albeit from the shadows.
Since their inception, they have been tasked with the preservation and enactment of the rites of ancestral communion. After the events at Phoenix Gate, it was the Undying who delivered me to safety. And since the day I left Rosaria, Yotei has been my constant companion and protector. Without her sword, I would not have survived my journey across the realm.
Rise, Lady Yotei. You saved my brother. I owe you a debt I can never repay.
I but did my duty.
Come now. Tell us what you've discovered.
Your Grace. It is as you feared. The vessel we spied off the coast of the Crystalline Dominion on the night of her fall. It was the Einherjar. Beyond any doubt.
The Black Galleon.
Joshua, the Einherjar is the Royalists' flagship. What business would they have in the Dominion?
Upon learning of Waloed's involvement in recent events at Drake's Fang, I sensed the malign influence of Ultima, and bid Yotei and the Undying look into the matter.
We have reason to believe that the Black Galleon weighed anchor shortly after the fighting began, and set a course due south.
For Canva. Then it is Waloed knights who besiege the cities.
What is left of them, yes. And the Black Galleon sails at but one man's behest. Barnabas Tharm.
But are we truly safe here in the Agora?
The city guard have been paid, if that's what you're implying.
All the more reason for them to run.
Well, you are free to leave, Lord Minister.
Markets abandoned, warehouses aflame, blackened hulls choking every port in the capital. Canva is ruined.
The realm teeters on the brink of chaos, and all you can think about is commerce.
Forgive us. We were not aware Dhalmekia now subsisted on charity.
How dare you?
Distinguished members of the Council, you must forgive His Majesty this intrusion.
What is the meaning of this?
A trifle crowded, but I fear it will have to serve, my liege.
Very well.
My colleagues, do you not see? The King! He has come to save us from the Akashic! He is a gift from the heavens, divine intervention, our very salvation.
And of course, if it is compensation he requires, we would be most willing to negotiate a fair price for services rendered.
Fools. Your ignorance unbecomes you.
Your Majesty, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would swear that the fiends washing the cobbles of Canva with the blood of her citizens wear the colors of Waloed. Ha! So you do not deny it. Guards, fetter them, and see our guests to the dungeons!
Yeah, that's a dumb move.
Enough. Pathetic creatures.
should imagine yourselves worthy of salvation. The girl is still here, somewhere in the city, her consciousness fair dripping with her late father's hubris. A consciousness to which Mythos is inextricably bound and inexorably drawn. See that he is made welcome.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Come, Mythos. Surely the prince's light cannot have sated you.
So then, how long has Waloed been under Ultima's control?
How long indeed? Based on what we know of Barnabas's actions, I would guess some few years, mayhap more.
But to what end? What does Ultima want?
The tapestry. Show them.
Phoenix Gate, Drake's Breath, and now here. But what is it?
It is old, ancient, even. Naught remains of the faith it represents, save what can be gleaned from the image itself. None could tell me what the one in the apothecary meant, even the Undying. But I believe it may be the key to discerning Ultima's purpose. That figure in the center, the one beneath whom the icons congregate, that I believe to be Ultima. He is a god, or at least godlike, his very existence beyond our ken. The icons, and by extension their dominants, are meant to be his subjects, and while some, like Barnabas, have accepted this role, others have rejected it, like you, Clive, which is rather inconvenient, as it appears he needs you most of all. And gods don't like to be disobeyed.
No, I don't suppose they do.
Clive, may I tell Yotei of the lake?
By all means.
Yotei, I will be accompanying my brother to the Free Cities. Whilst we are afield, I would have you watch over those Clive has made his wards. Omielos delan tuisag ilith. Though well concealed, the hideaway lacks trained fighters to defend its occupants should they be discovered.
But it is my duty to...
As it has ever been my brother's duty, remember.
If that is your wish, Your Grace. But please be safe. If aught were to befall you,
You have my word.
Farewell, my lord, my lady.
We are in your debt, Yotei.
Let's find our friends.
It's plain she cares for you very deeply.
And I her, which is why I had to let her go.
I'm a bit tired, so I'm gonna call it here. Thanks for everyone who tuned in. Let's find someone to raid real quick. Well, hope everyone had fun, and hope you all have a good one.